Right. I'm doing this on StreamYard, so just trying to work out comments. There you go. Mal, I take it you've got your GI Blues set. I haven't actually ordered it yet. I'm waiting to see what it's like. But nobody's shown it yet. Get this. Right. You've just watched Easy Come, Easy Go. I find it very difficult to get through that film. But yeah, he looks good. It's a strange film, that. On Sky, blimey. I see that BBC are showing Baz Luhrmann's film on Saturday. So hopefully a lot of people who didn't go to the cinema will be seeing it, and it might do some good. For the first time in 12 years, my wife actually got me a present that was Elvis related this year. She never has before. It was a pack of Elvis socks. I'm wearing the pink ones at the moment. I'm just relieved it wasn't Elton John socks. Yeah, I struggle with Easy Come, Easy Go. I find it hard to get to the end of the film. Baz Luhrmann's film. I think it's on Saturday evening. Thomas, hello. Is it still Christmas? Only 364 days till Christmas. Think of that. That was it for presents this year. We don't really do presents. Although my present for her, well, there's a bit of a story there. It was almost a disaster. When my wife moved here, the only thing she brought with her from family stuff was a tea service made at the Imperial Factory in St. Petersburg. And she had it all except the teapot, which got broken many years ago. So it's in the display cabinet. She would like to use it, but she won't use another teapot. So I thought this year, I'm going to find one of these teapots. It wasn't easy, and it was very, very expensive. So I ordered it. And then a couple of days after I ordered it, she rang me. And she said, "Oh, I've just ordered something to be delivered to the house. Be careful because it's fragile." I said, what was it? She said, one of those teapots. I couldn't believe it. Of course, I had to tell her I've already bought her one. Luckily, she was able to cancel it. 12 years she's had to find one of those teapots, and she does it the year that I get her one for Christmas. So, of course, that spoiled the surprise. But now she's going to make tea with it for the first time. So for her New Year's present, because she said when she was growing up in Russia, New Year was more important than Christmas. That was the big celebration, and they do all the presents and trees and things on New Year. So I thought, well, I'll get her a little something. So I'd look round, and I managed to find a hallmark silver Russian teaspoon, which looks very nice. I thought, well, that'll just finish the set off. So I bought that. I've got my pink socks on right now. So did anybody else get any good records for Christmas or CDs? I buy my own. Buying your own present is always the best because you know exactly what you want. So the Brazilian Christmas album was my Christmas present to myself. I'm still surrounded by records. I haven't had a chance to put it all away yet. My great cataloguing system is failing dramatically at the moment. That's the problem, isn't it, Thomas? When you collect something specialised, they got no chance. David, hello. How's it going in Belgium? Oops. Luckily, I don't have to go back to work till the 2nd of January, so well, that's good. Oh, when Patricia very kindly sent me this from Spain, which was something I've been looking for. So it's the Spanish version of the album, Canta a la Navidad. So I showed it on my Christmas video, and she came back and said, what about the EP? And she'd hidden an EP inside the package, amongst the packaging. And I didn't spot it, and I'd put the packaging in the recycling box. Luckily, they aren't going to be emptying that for a couple of weeks, so I had to rush out and go through it. And there, hidden inside, was something that I did actually want. I've got the UK re-release of this in the set, but this is the original Spanish. Now, it's never looked very Christmassy to me, but it is in fact a Christmas EP, which to me isn't very obvious from the cover. So this is the original. Oops. So that was very kind of her. Now I've got the new FTDs. Thomas got a spreadsheet to track your colour. Yeah, I know. I have got a database, but I'm not very good at keeping it filled in. So I do I buy doubles and make mistakes. Hello, Juan. Oh, see, mention her name and she appears. Hello, Patricia. Happy birthday for yesterday. Leonard, hello. You got Making of GI Blues and the Japanese Christmas album. I still haven't ordered the Making of GI Blues. I'm waiting for somebody to actually show it so I can see what's in it. I was a bit disappointed. There's no new music in it. I probably will end up getting it, but I need persuading. Yes, the EP survived. Very, very good. There is a UK version of it in that. Where is it? That gold box, which I have no idea where I've. Oh, there it is. For anyone that's got it, this international EP collection set where they re-released a lot of non-UK, non-American EPs, and there is a version of it. So there you go. That's the re-release, which is in the 1980s. So this is actually a UK version of it. But I did want the original. So I can now cross it off my list. Oh, Juan's just got his FTD books from David. It's amazing how quickly they've been delivered around the world. It takes 2 weeks to get a parcel from the top of the UK to the bottom sometimes. And Thomas got them too. Hello, Steve. You'll Never Walk Alone is a song I really enjoyed listening to recently, so I treat myself to the 81 Sound of Your Cry LP on Christmas Day. Excellent. That's a really good LP. I really liked that when it came out. It's funny how a song that you've known for years and years and years, and then one day you just make a sort of another connection with it. I've had a pretty quiet Christmas here. Of allowing myself a little beer. I'm not supposed to drink too much alcohol, which I never do anyway. But yeah, Mal got his book in 3 days from Japan. I'm sure they must go the extra mile to try and get everything delivered before Christmas. Unlike Every. For people not in the UK, there's a company called Every, EVRI, that they offer a courier service, which is ridiculously cheap. And if your parcel gets anywhere within a mile of you and it's delivered, then you're doing well. They have a reputation for just sort of dropping things randomly and saying they've been delivered. And I'd experienced that quite recently with a book I ordered from America, where they said it was delivered on a Sunday morning. I was home, and the photograph of the package was leaning against a metal railing with a bush coming through it. There is nothing like that anywhere in my road. And so I quickly scrambled around the area, and eventually I found it a couple of roads away on the footpath, just randomly left. Amazing. So I won't actually buy now from people who use Every. If I want something, I'll say to them, I'll pay you extra to post it at the post office. Otherwise, I'm not going to buy it. So, Patricia, it must be difficult having your birthday on Christmas. It sort of gets lost. Did you do anything? Elvin, still looking forward to your books. They seem to be being delivered over the past few days, so it shouldn't be too far away. I haven't actually bought them because I don't really collect the FTD stuff, as in trying to put together a complete collection. I'm selective in what I buy. It's just too expensive. Oh, Leonard's getting his today. If anybody wants to actually pop on, you just say and I'll send them the link. You're used to people forgetting your birthday, oh dear. Although, at my age, I'm quite happy to forget my birthday. Anthony's waiting for a delivery from Every. Oh dear. Hope it's not something expensive. How many albums do you have in total? I don't know, is the honest answer. I do. A few months back, I did try and sort of recatalogue everything, but I get completely lost. I don't know. Eventually, I am going to have to rearrange the room because I just haven't got space the way it's laid out. So that'll be the time to count everything. See, the thing is, I don't just have an Elvis collection. I also have quite a good Bob Dylan collection. And I don't have Elton John, despite what my wife says. So I've actually watched very little over this Christmas period. We don't watch television at all in this house. We don't have a telly. So if I watch anything, it's on my iPad or the computer. I've been catching up on. Since I was a young boy, I became fascinated with Roman history, and I did an Open University course on it just out of pure interest, and built a big library. So I try and keep up with all the latest discoveries, and so I've been catching up on a few documentaries about the latest discoveries in Pompeii and Herculaneum. Impatiently waiting for them to start reading these scrolls and publishing them. I did get a couple of Elvis books, which is probably by the bed. I got Jerry Chef's book. Catalogue your collection must be harder than going through some. Do you plan on getting the 2 blue Hawaii? Left for the 50. Yes. I'm at 48 blue Hawaiis. Somebody did challenge me to get 50, so I will look out for a couple more. Well, I'll just keep going. If I see one I don't have, I'll buy it. Mal, have you ever been to Rome? I haven't. No. This is one of those. Me going to Rome is a bit like Elvis touring the UK. He said he wanted to do it. There was no reason why he didn't do it. He just never did. I'm the same. In my head, I can walk around the forum and tell you what's here and what's there and who built this and blah, 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 you know. But Maybe when I retire, that'll be the treat, because I would have to do Rome, Ostia, Pompeii, Herculaneum. Everyone goes to Pompeii, but not far from Rome is Rome's port, Ostia Antica, which is one of the best preserved Roman towns going, because when Rome stopped using it, it basically just silted up and covered over. Don't go on summer. Apparently you have to be very careful when you're in Rome. Unfortunately, like a lot of modern cities now, a lot of crime on the streets, a lot of hassle when they know you're a tourist. But not from Italians, of course. It's quite sad. There's a lot of very interesting Roman sites around the world, but a lot of them are in places you just couldn't go. There's a fascinating one in Turkey, which was built high in a mountain, and a massive earthquake caused it to be abandoned, but it was so remote and difficult to get to that people just left it, and it's still there to this day. The ruins are just there. It wasn't robbed of stone, which is what normally happened, to build other things. So this city is just sitting there. The Colosseum gave me goosebumps. Imagine it being full of water and then fighting a naval battle in there. So I haven't had anything new since my last video, and I still haven't opened my the new FTD. It's still sealed. I will be playing it. Do that properly. I once impatiently opened a sealed double album, and I used a pair of nail scissors instead of using my little knife. And of course, the end of the nail scissors curl in. So I opened it, and when I opened it up, it had scored the inside of the cover all the way around the edge. But I laugh at myself when I do things like that. No point in being upset about it. Worse things happen. I had a comment left on one of my older videos yesterday, Christmas Day. And somebody had taken the time, this always baffles me, to put, "You're very boring." And I thought, why would you bother to put that? Fair enough, you know. Sometimes I'll start watching a video and think, oh, this isn't for me, and move on to something else. But why would you bother to leave a comment like that? So I just go back and say, my wife agrees. Happy Christmas. I believe Bob Dylan covered a Fool Such As I Cannot Fall In Love on an album, Ballad by Rays, which I'd love to sing. Yeah, Dylan, in fact, was going to record an album of Elvis covers. And he has recorded quite a few Elvis songs over the years. But the word was that he was very conscious of the fact that he couldn't sing as well as Elvis. He was a real fan, and he was, you know, I wish Elvis had done more Dylan songs. Elvis's Tomorrow Is a Long Time is a fantastic song. And of course, Dylan said it was the one cover of his work that he treasured the most. Now, we'll be getting the new gravel version of Elvis in concert. I haven't decided yet. I want to see these things. It's also expensive now. You can't really commit to buying it all straight away. I do like some of the cheaper labels who put out good stuff, and they don't ask ridiculous prices for it. Like the re-release of the South African Elvis Presley Rocks. So I'll be getting that because it's less than 20 quid, so it'd be nice to have. It's about time we had an official release of the Elvis in concert material. Just bad manners, best to be yourself. Absolutely. Dylan recorded Mystery Train early 80s, I think. Yeah, there's probably 10 or 12 Elvis tracks that you've recorded over the years. Have you listened to the Rep of Christmas album? The new one, I haven't yet. No, in fact, I did. I haven't said that. No, I did. I put it on. But I didn't sit closely and listen to it. I just had it on when I was doing some work. So I have played it. It sounded perfectly good. You know, I'm happy to keep playing it. But I didn't actually sit down and listen to it. In fact, it's down by the record player at the moment. So I haven't tried playing this one yet. Is that what Portuguese people look like? Why would you make Elvis look like that? I know in some countries they try to make him look more like a local. I don't know. The Elvis Christmas album in Brazil, where do you get it? I ordered it from Elvis Shop London, but they can non-stop. Right. Yeah, you asked before, so I'm glad you're on. Now, there's a story here. I did buy it from them, but it was very strange. I've bought a lot from them over the years, spent a lot of money with them, and they've always been really good. So I ordered it, paid for it, and I got an email the next day saying that it would be posted the following day. And I got a message saying it had been posted. Now, I assumed because it was an expensive record, it would come in special delivery. After 4 days, nothing had arrived, so I sent them an email and said, can you give me a tracking number? Because in the past, I have had parcels delivered to a neighbour, and some of my neighbours are quite elderly, so I have to go over and ask. I didn't get a reply, so I left it another 4 days. Nothing came. So I emailed again. Can you confirm that it's been sent and give me a tracking number? Didn't hear anything. So it got to 11 days after they said they'd sent it. So I sent one saying, look, I'm a bit worried now. This has cost me a lot of money, and I'm surprised you haven't replied. What's happening? Didn't get a reply. And then the following day, it came special delivery, and it had been posted the day before, which was all very odd. But it was still showing as available on their website. So I don't really understand what happened. was all very strange. But I got it in the end. Awful nose job inflicted on Elvis on that cover. I don't understand. Elvis is probably the most photographed individual in history, I would think. And he looks fantastic in 99.9% of the photographs. Yet time and time again, record labels, including our circles, want to put a drawing or a painting of him on the cover of the album. Why? Patricia, buy it. I mean, it's worth it just for that fantastic cover. Steve, I'll probably pass on the new Elvis in concert release. I think I'm in a small minority who enjoy the fan comments. Really? I haven't actually played Elvis in concert in years. I used to have it on a reel-to-reel tape. I don't know where we got it from. My dad brought home one day this old reel-to-reel that you could record onto. So, of course, us kids had great fun recording ourselves. And when Elvis in concert was shown, I set it up with the microphone in front of the television and recorded it. And when I played it back, I was absolutely stunned at the quality of the recording. Absolutely fantastic. So I would listen to that till, of course, the record came out. Don't know what happened to that machine. Vanished. Well, Patricia, if it's easy for you, if it's not easy for you to get, let me know and I'll get it and send it over to you. Yeah, Leonard, it was on there quite a while. I kept looking at it and thinking, oh, it's a lot of money. And then I thought, when am I going to see it again? It's Christmas. So I went for it. And I must have just beat you to it. But I don't know what happened. It was a very strange affair overall. Strange that Bob Dylan thought better of doing an Elvis covers album due to his limited vocal skills, yet he went on to Frank Sinatra. Yeah, that's true. But if you read about it, they say that he does hold Elvis, as this almost mystical figure, which is one of the reasons he said he didn't want to meet him. He had the chance to, and he said no, because he was worried that he couldn't live up to this image he had of him. Yep. I did a video a while back about the connections between Elvis and Dylan. He took the news of Elvis's death very badly. Quite affected him. Yeah. It also affected Bruce Springsteen quite a lot if you look into his stuff. His 1978 album, Darkness on the Edge of Town. If you listen to the songs he recorded for that album before August 77, they're all very upbeat, quite Motown sounding type songs, really good. And then after Elvis died, it turned into a very somber album. Anthony says it's best not to meet your heroes. That's true, but I think with Elvis, you were on safe ground because I don't think I've ever read anybody that met him that was disappointed. They were all blown away by him. I don't know if I'd have been able to say anything, though, if, let me introduce you to Elvis, you'd stand there like, Has anybody met anybody that was one of their heroes? I'm trying to think, have I ever met anybody? Don't think I have. Can't think of anyone. Unfortunately, most of the music that I like, the artists weren't really around to even get to see them perform live. I've seen Dylan and I've seen Springsteen. I saw Plant and Page. I saw Alice Cooper, which was a lot of fun. Oh, you've met plenty of musicians after shows. That's good. There aren't many that I would actually want to see live at the moment. I'd quite like to see Tori Amos. I've got a good Tori Amos collection. I would like to see her. Mal stopped Paul McCartney for speeding. Well, that's a claim to fame. Looking my around YouTube, I saw an AI video of Elvis and Lennon at a fun fest. So bloody awful. Have you seen it? I haven't seen that. No, I've seen some of these AI videos. I mean, they're a bit of fun. Some of them are quite well done, but I just worry about the damage that can be done with them. Because I'm sure there will be young people out there seeing some of these things thinking it's real. And if anybody starts to make ones that make him look bad, I think AI is going to become a real problem. Yes, Patricia, we all thought that Elvis would live forever. Never occurred to me that he would die when I was a kid. Just complete and utter shock. Shirley Collins was an interesting one, as she was considered long retired. Shirley Collins. Name doesn't ring a bell. Spoke for a few moments. And I came back for that. Shouldn't have enough. Always struck by the number of teenage boys who were keen to meet Elvis in Germany. It always seems to be mostly girls up till then. Yeah, there is a photograph that I have put up of Elvis meeting a British squaddy in Germany. Tried to work out what regiment he was, but it's very difficult to make out the badge. But it does look like the Wessex Brigade badge to me. So he might have been a local boy, Gloucestershire Regiment. Who knows? Some of the Elvis AI are awful. They are indeed. But some are shockingly well done. They're getting very close to it becoming, well, you know, there's potential for good and there's potential for harm, unfortunately. I'll have to look up Shirley Collins. The name doesn't ring a bell. My dad worked with Roy Orbison for a short while. Speaking of shows, I saw Bob Dylan play last month. Really? I think it's a case of see him while you can. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to keep going. Does the missus ever get Elvis gear for you? Funny you should ask. No was the answer. She never did until this year. She got me a Christmas present, which was a pack of socks. In fact, let's see if I can show you. Now, these are pink Elvis socks, which you probably can't see very well. So I was very surprised. Pink and white. First time ever. I was just relieved it wasn't Elton John, because it's a running joke. She always says Elton John instead of Elvis, just to wind me up. Yeah, my dad was very impressed with Roy Orbison. He also worked briefly with the Beatles. He wasn't so impressed with them. Oh, in fact, I might still have the picture on here. I can show you the Elvis socks in all their glory. So that's my pink and white Elvis socks that she bought me. But I buy myself the best Christmas presents. Dear. There was another pair which is sort of black and pink. They match. These don't match, which I like. I usually don't wear matching socks. Orbison did make a friend of George. It was George that got also in the Wilburys. Yes, of course, and George Harrison, Orbison, Bob Dylan. I do wonder if Elvis had been alive, would they have invited him to join the travelling Wilburys? Leonard, 2 albums that will never leave my collection is Elvis Country. 2 albums. Is there another one? Why have there been no reissues of Elvis Country? You know, like music on vinyl. Dim stage lights, never changed, only spoke to the audience to introduce the band, played 9 songs from his latest album. You have to, when you see Bob Dylan, you have to understand that you're going to see him on his terms. You just sort of have to feel grateful that you've had a chance to see him. It's like people don't understand with his voice. Quite often you put the voice on. It's like his voice is another instrument that he plays with, because he can actually sing quite well. Perhaps not now. I think his voice is shot now. But there are recordings of him. It's quite impressive, the way he sings. but he would put the voice on. He ended up with a Pogue song, blimey. Wearing different socks is all the rage, Anthony says. I must have been ahead of the game then. I started it in Finland in 2001 when I was living there. I was in a rush, being hurried by my girlfriend to go out, and I could not find a pair of socks. So I grabbed what I thought was a pair out of her container of socks, and I ended up with like powder blue sock with teddy bears on and a pink sock with hearts on. So I made a point of showing them, and they went down so well that ever since then I've worn odd socks. They did think of using Elvis's voice after all. So, yeah, where did I read about that? They were actually going to make a song with Elvis on. I can't remember. I read that quite recently. Then the two albums that will never leave my cut: Elvis, Country, and Robeson Best. All right. Yep. I have got a Robeson couple of albums. Yeah, I do like his songs like The Crowd, which isn't so well known, but songs like that I really like. Saw Dylan 3 times in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, I saw him in 82, I think it was. Elvis, Country, and Today are long overdue. They certainly are. They always seem to do the same few albums. And we've got this whole repressing going on. Why not give us some new ones? Tony, hello. Glad you could join us. I expect a lot of people are trapped by their families. Me and my wife, we did have our annual Christmas argument. It didn't last too long, but it isn't Christmas without an argument. Who owns the Elvis recordings now? Do you think they could do a bootleg series like Dylan has done? Well, I think the FTD is the bootleg series. Unfortunately, we don't have the vast array of unreleased material that Dylan has. Dylan's got a vast catalogue of original recordings, songs he's written and recorded and never released. Sadly, we don't have that with Elvis. So FTD is the closest we're going to get. We can dream of some retired studio engineer sitting on a tape of something that nobody's ever heard. But if he is, he needs to hurry up and do something with it, because we're all getting older. The one I really want to hear is We Had It All. Even if it's not complete, I want to hear it. I have a CD of Bob Dylan singing it with Tom Petty, and I've always thought, what a great song. And to find out that Elvis actually recorded it in the studio. I think probably in the future, the way forward, sadly, will have to be manipulating some of Elvis's recordings to try and turn them into something different. Like I said with Holly Leaves and Christmas Trees, I would like them to do an extended version of it to make it a fuller song. Now, luckily, the first takes of that song, he phrases the lines differently. So there is potential there to extend that song and then put it out as a single, because I think it's a fantastic song. But I think that's probably the way forward, is because that's all we've got. Another thing I'd like to see them try is some of these private home recordings. Record professional tracks. I have actually experimented with this. Now, I'm not an editor or a mixer, I'm a complete amateur. But I took one of the home recordings, got his voice off of it, which you can do for free online. There are quite crude programs to do it, not professional ones, but you can do it. And then I took a recording, a proper recording by another artist of the same song, stripped the backing off that, and then put Elvis on top. And even just doing it very crudely, you ended up with a decent song. It's a shame they didn't do that back when we had all the original musicians. Lots of Beatle live recordings have appeared in recent years. You never hear of Elvis stuff doing that. Well, FTD have released a lot of live concerts. It's surprising just how many were actually recorded. Sadly, not by them, but by a sound engineer onto cassette tapes, which of course is better than nothing. And then there are audience recordings, which can range from quite good to pretty awful. It's like the soundboard of Elvis's final concert, which is supposedly owned by a collector in Canada. Sony BMG won't pay what he's asking. That's really sad. We know that there's this stuff out there in private hands, both music and film footage. That people are sitting on, unfortunately. Some home recordings from the Louisiana Hayride would be amazing. There is potential for that. There is also potential. I think the biggest potential out there, I've said this before, are acetates. Acetate recordings were made of a lot of things, including radio broadcasts, to be used once or twice to rebroadcast and then discarded. I heard Merry Christmas Baby on the radio a few days ago. Who did Elvis duet with on the recording? On the original, nobody. So is this one of these fake duets that they did? There is a CD of it. I've got it somewhere. I've never played it. So I don't know who the artist was. I'm surprised they haven't done a medley. I think that would be quite popular and get a lot of radio play this time of year. Take the 4 fast tracks from the 57 album and turn them into a medley. I have got that duets album, some CD somewhere, but just never played it. Somewhere amongst the Christmas collection over there. I will take my pill now, as it's nearly 8 o'clock. Pill and beer, just what the doctor ordered. I shouldn't say this, but I've actually been feeling pretty good lately. Past week, no pain at all. Which live recording do you consider the best? Ouch, that's tough. It's hard to say because his approach to the concerts changed. So I like different recordings for different reasons. I've always really enjoyed on stage. Of course, that isn't a complete concert, selections. And I like in person. But they're very different, of course, to something like Madison Square Gardens, Aloha live in Memphis. So I couldn't sort of say one is my favourite. Elvis should be for the people. It's a shame his work has ended in private hands and he didn't. I suppose he should be angry at that. He wanted to make people happy with singing and performing. Yes, indeed. I don't think he would have, for a moment, have believed what's happened since he died. It's must be the beer. A medley of Elvis Christmas songs would be a surefire hit. Yeah, I think it would. I've even thought it out. So you start with the opening of Santa Claus is Back in Town, and then you go into Santa Bring My Baby Back to Me. Then Here Comes Santa Claus. Then Blue Christmas. And then the ending of Santa Claus is Back in Town. I think it would work. And it would get a lot of radio play. Snorky Bogan, hello. Snorky Bogan. Sounds like you should say that with a Scandinavian accent. Snorky Bogan. Adam, hello. Merry Christmas Baby duet was Gretchen Wilson. Not the Gretchen Wilson. Who's Gretchen Wilson? Thanks, Adam. You escaped from the family for 5 minutes. Julie, who isn't Sonia, hello. Ollie, hello. Merry Christmas. Do you know the Travelling Wilburys? I do indeed. I've got their albums. Yeah, we were actually just talking about that. About them wanting to do a track with Elvis on it. I don't know in the end why they didn't. A medley would be an old idea. It is an old idea, but I just think it would work because it's Christmas is always different, isn't it? I think it would work as a Christmas record. Leonard, I think the people that have the unreleased recordings are probably not Elvis fans and they're in it for the money. Could be. But there are strange people out there who are collectors who just want to have this and know that nobody else has got it. Whereas me, I'd be completely the opposite. I would be so excited that I would just put it on YouTube for everybody to see or listen to, and then probably get into trouble. I wouldn't be able to stop myself though. I'd have to. I would want everybody to hear it. Oops. 8 o'clock. I think my wife's left the heating on. It's quite warm. A Canadian record store owner recently found an old Beatles tape When McCartney heard about it, he met him and took it out of his hands. All right. Mal, did you get this year's Graceland Christmas 10-inch single? I haven't. I have looked at it and considered it, and I might get it, but I haven't yet. Ollie, have you got a favourite B-side? Oh, there's a lot of B-sides to choose from. Well, there are some B-sides, of course, that should have been the A-sides. Like It Hurts Me springs to mind immediately. Took the whole family out for lunch and signed loads of Beatle albums for him. Oh, well, that's good. I wonder what the recording was. I wonder if anybody is sitting on any of the 5 Canadian shows from 1957. Though whether you'd hear much, I don't know, because the crowds were pretty wild from the little that we've heard. Decca tapes. Did you ever bother to check out Larry Norman when I mentioned him on a previous stream? You even wrote his name down. I wonder if you did, what you thought of his work. I honestly can't remember. Let me look now and then I'll remember if I did. In the work I do, I get people asking me questions all the time about things that I've Larry Norman. No, I don't remember that. I'll keep it there, so then I'll look at it after. So I haven't, no, but I've left it up, so when I finish this, I will. Almost, aren't there supposed to be movie outtakes? Yeah, we know they exist. They have been seen. Both blooper reels and scenes that were cut from movies. They do definitely exist, and they are in private hands. There are also prints of some of the films that were sent abroad that have extra scenes in them. So somebody should be out there tracking these down. I'll have a listen to him. Now I've got it up there, it'll remind me. Do you have the Raging Tiger album or CD? 74. If I do, it's been a long time since I've played it. I have heard that show, but I don't remember. It didn't stick in my brain. Jody, hello. Happy Christmas to you too. Ollie, I like the new additions to your shelving arrangement. I'm already run out of room. I'm going to have a major rethink. I've got albums on the floor stacked up now around me. I just can't... I don't know. I need to do something because it's getting a bit silly. I've completely lost track of my database. Do you know why, when Elvis was on HMV in the UK, it changed to RCA? HMV pressed the records for RCA. RCA didn't have a production plant in the UK, so they used HMV to put the releases out. RCA then did a longer term deal with the name's gone out of my head, another company in Britain, to do the pressing, but directly for RCA. I know the name of it, it's just gone out of my brain. But they used HMV because they didn't have a production facility in the UK. So they licensed HMV to release the tracks, the records. Ollie, reclaim more of the house from the missus. Have you met my missus? I'm sure she worked for the KGB. I'm lucky to cling on to this room. Mal, I've heard FTD are going to reissue the vinyl Blue Hawaii. That'll be another one. It will indeed. Again, why have music on vinyl not done Blue Hawaii? I can't think of too many artists who release double A sides. Now, these double A sides, they baffle me. I really don't understand how it could have worked. If you look at Hound Dog and Don't Be Cruel, fantastic single. Both independently went to #1 in the American charts. Now, how does that happen? And if they're both high up in the charts, that means they're even higher than the next records below them. Because if you're counting both sides individually, and then you combine them, so by doing that, surely you could have a case where the A side is credited with 10,000 sales, the B side is credited with 10,000 sales, and another single goes to #1 with 11,000 sales. Yet your single has sold 20,000. And so that always baffled me. American charts also taking radio play. Yeah. That's even worse. Well, that should be a completely separate thing. The sales chart should be like the chart. There's so many ways you can manipulate these things. What was it? They called it the payola scandal. Wasn't that companies paying radio stations to play their records? If I remember right. And now, of course, it's become meaningless with these download charts and things like that. It's Alan Freed. What am I drinking? It's Saint-Omer French beer. I was given a case of it as a thank you. Typical sort of beer of its type. They all pretty much taste the same. 5%. It's just enough to have a drink. I don't. It'll take me probably a couple of months to drink a case. Giving prominent DJs songwriting credits. Decca, that's it. Thanks. Yeah, Decca. Decca was the company that RCA got to press its records in the UK. That's strange with music on vinyl. There's so many albums they haven't done. And yet they've gone back and redone everything again twice. They've actually released 2 versions of each of the ones they've already released. Though they have done a good job on them, they are very nice. I've read that many artists make more from t-shirt sales than from Spotify listeners. I should imagine so. I think Spotify, I forget what it was, somebody did say on a video once that you have to get tens of thousands of plays to get a very tiny amount of money. Charts have been meaningless for about 20 years. Yeah, it's gone now, isn't it? The whole system. Everything's breaking down. I watched a video earlier today. Christmas in England in the 1970s. It was just footage on the streets of shoppers and people going about doing stuff, blah, blah. And I was just watching it and thinking, damn, we didn't know we had it so good back then. All right, technology has improved, but we were poorer back then, but it was a much better life. I would go back in an instant. Cliff Richards produces to put his name on Cliff's B-sides. The Decca connection is why Jimmy Savile was pictured with Elvis. We won't go there. Top 30 now has 29 Christmas songs, all downloads. Yeah. I mean, it is a nonsense now. You get some artist who's, okay, but nothing special. And like 20 of the top 30 of their songs from their new album. It's like, what's going on? Elvis Day by Day wrote that Friday Music is reissuing Elvis's golden records on red vinyl. Trisha, are you known at work for being an Elvis fan or collector? Yes. I think everybody that knows me knows about Elvis. Of course, my cup for tea and coffee at the office is Elvis singing "If I Can Dream," and he's always on my computer. And any chance I get, I'll be playing him. And my alarm's on my phone. And of course, I get a lot of deliveries at work, which are records. And we have a regular postman who's very good. And he'll come in with like a big pile of it. Oh, you've won the jackpot today. Yep. I would go back to the 70s in a flash. Absolutely. I have also got a couple of Elvis t-shirts, which I don't wear very often, and a sweatshirt. But, you know, on special occasions, I'll put it on. And now, of course, I've got my socks. Oops. Did you ever go through the UK singles Elvis had from start to finish? I remember saying you would do the video for that. I did actually do that. 2 of them, quite early videos. I did it in 2 parts. They are still on there. I went through all the singles, and then I did the American ones. I've actually done it. I think you'd look good with jet black dyed hair and a white jumpsuit. No. My wife did say, why don't you dye your hair? It wouldn't look right. I'm 61. And the only person that looked good in a jumpsuit was Elvis. I remember my mum wanted to make me one when I was about 10. Make me a jumpsuit. I said no. Agneta from ABBA looked for. From certain angles, yes, yes. God. Agneta and Debbie Harry. When I was a kid, they were something. Steven Tyler carried a jumpsuit off okay in around 1990. Oh, I don't remember that. Patricia, I can't put up with impersonators. There are a couple that are actually very good, and I feel sorry for them because the whole Elvis tribute artists, or whatever they call them, is just it's kryptonite to me. I can't stand it. Sadly, 90% of them are delusional, and they have had an effect on Elvis's image. I'm no doubt about it. Sadly, when a lot of people think of Elvis in the 70s, they don't think of Elvis. They imagine some really awful impersonator who looks nothing like him. But that's the image. Yeah, Thomas, I agree. Another Agneta fan, gorgeous voice. She did. And she was stunning looking as well. The only person who looked amazing in a jumpsuit with jet black hair was Elvis 6970. Yeah, the more plain jumpsuits I preferred as they became more ornate and elaborate. When you see it, if you go to Gracelands and you see some of the later jumpsuits, they are stunning to look at in person. But I did prefer the plainer ones. Justin Hawkins. Yeah. There's a lot he's keeping alive. David, Epic hopefully will change that image. Absolutely. I just hope a lot of people get to see it. I think it's good that Baz Luhrmann's film is being, the original film is being shown this Saturday on BBC here for the first time. And that's good because there'll be a lot of people out there who wouldn't go to the cinema to see it, but will sit and watch it. So hopefully it'll have another big effect on the way people see Elvis. The Elvis impersonators in LA that can marry you are the worst. Oh God. Yeah. Elvis impersonators are hideous. Sing Elvis songs if you want, but sing it your own way. Absolutely. What is the track listing on the South Africa Elvis? I still have it by my side. I Got Stung, Don't You Think It's Time, Milk Cow Blues Boogie, Lordy Miss Claudie, and Left Your Right She's Gone, Blue Moon of Kentucky, One Night, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck, Baby Let's Play House, You're a Heartbreaker, My Baby Left Me, Let Me, which is an unusual final track. I was just looking at this little thing here. Every day is somebody's birthday. Give a national record gift token exchangeable anywhere in South Africa. I wonder if that's on all of them. Never noticed what that actually said. Great cover though. We only, it was in America, got it as an EP, of course. That cover. I might be willing to see someone sing Elvis songs without the need to try to recreate his look and personality. Yes, absolutely. I'd have no problem with that. You know, a night, a tribute to Elvis. There is an Elvis tribute artist who's going to be performing here in Cheltenham next month at the town hall. I noticed a poster. Can't remember who it was. He looked amazing in those first karate-like suits, the black and white with the hairstyles. Well, yep, he did. Oh, what did they call it? That suit had a name. Something to do, for some reason, I've got something Russian in my head. Can't remember. But yep, those early suits. And even into 72, they were fine. They were good-looking suits. By sort of 75, 76, they were getting a bit over the top for me. Dave, when you see the jumpsuits in person, you realise how relatively small a frame Elvis had. Absolutely. That's what really hit me, was seeing the sundial suit. Now, from what you see in the special and what everybody said, you expect it to be big. It's not. And side on, it's very slim. From the waist down, he looked the same as he did in 1970. It's a very strange effect. Oh, Ollie's getting into the philosophical questions now. Do you like cheese? I love cheese. And cheese, of course, is very high on the list of things that the doctors told me I'm not to eat. Basically, after you have a heart attack, the list of food that you can't eat should just be anything that tastes good, you can't eat. So I have treated myself to a little bit of cheese over Christmas, but I'm not to eat a lot. Steve, yeah, I should be getting the reissue. It's a great cover. Only he wasn't Elvis 6'3". He was 6 something, wasn't he? I can't remember exactly, but he wasn't a squirt. Thomas, I went to Graceland a couple of months ago and was shocked by how slim he was. Nice. But yeah, this myth about... I think one of the problems was that there were times when he was badly swollen, and those are the photographs that the newspapers always seem to use. And especially if he's, pulling some kind of face while he's singing, that makes it look even worse, that will be the photograph they used. But what really shocks me, if you look at Elvis in the last month, is how different he could look from night to night. Now, if you were just overweight, you can't do that. But if you're ill and bloated, then things can change quite quickly. Mark from 100% Pure Elvis channel recently reported that he went to see an EPI that opened his set with crawfish. Ah, well, that is different. Now, if you haven't heard the version of Crawfish that was on that single that I bought, go and find it on YouTube. It's worth hearing. It's a remix done by Kitty White, as we know her, by her record company, that works really well. It is on YouTube. I believe Elvis was 6 foot. Yeah. And they call him fat even today. Yeah, that's ignorance. Fat and 40 was the headline of The Sun. The Sun was a very sort of low-grade newspaper in the UK that was very popular, sort of in the 70s and 80s. And that was their headline, Fat and 40, and a picture of him just when he was sort of pulling, a sort of face. Yeah. But what amazes me when I think back, I had other friends similar age to me who were also like Elvis. And none of us sort of thought, oh, he's fat, he's this, he's that, he's ill. It just never occurred to us. We were all expecting, announcement that he was going to be touring the UK any minute. He'd still had songs getting into the top 10. Re-releases, Suspicion and Girl of My Best Friend, both got into the top 10. 76. And we'd heard that the Moody Blue single, and it was all very exciting, and it was like, he's coming back, he's turning things round. So there was no sort of negativity amongst us at that time. It was all quite positive, which is why the news of his death came just as a total shock, totally sort of pulled the floor away from beneath us. It's funny how 40 was considered ancient for a rock singer in 75. Absolutely. It's only when you get to 40 you realise how young it is. Jesus Christ. 40 is no age at all. Who doesn't put weight on in their 40s? Most men do. Absolutely. The tabloids were merciless. They were. Yeah. But what, I don't know if the younger fans can sort of understand it. I remember when Elvis What Happened came out, and I read it because it's about Elvis. And I remember when I finished it, I didn't come out of it thinking, oh dear, blah, blah, blah. I thought, wow, what a great guy. All right, he's human, he's got some problems, he's got some flaws, but overall, wow, what a great guy. I was, even more amazed. Weird, isn't it? Do you think Elvis would have eventually performed here? I'm actually thinking of making a video because over a couple of years, I've collected together all the evidence, and there from different sources, there is enough evidence to put together that says that Elvis was genuinely looking at coming to the UK, performing in London in 78. Actual steps had been taken, and different people from different areas of Elvis's life have confirmed in interviews separately that they were aware of the plan and their involvement in it. And it's come from enough sources. And ultimately, the best evidence, of course, is Elvis's tour manager has confirmed in an interview that when the tour that was due to start on the 17th of August ended, he was booked on a flight to London to go and sign the deal for the venue in London for a week. They were going to book a venue for a week, and Elvis was going to do a week of shows. And from what I've pieced together, it was going to be Wembley Arena, which is not Wembley Stadium. It's next door to it. It's an enclosed concert hall, which makes more sense because that's what Elvis liked. So they were going to book that for a week of shows. And of course, there is a document which I finally found a copy of, which was an insurance application for the Lisa Marie jet to be insured for international travel. And in the section where it says, where will you be flying? It's got England and Japan. Now, sadly, of course, by then, Elvis's health was in such a state that I don't think he ever could have actually done it. But he was intending to do it, I am convinced. I'm a bit behind here. Let me see if I can bring the comments back up. I remember reading a review of the Sex Pistols reunion. Here we are, fat and 40. He might have been, yeah. Patricia C, he's ill. That's what you see on those images and videos. Yep, absolutely. Yes, for a 42-year-old man, he looks fine at the penultimate concert in Cincinnati. He does. And he can look vastly different from one night to the next. Well, just look at the two concerts that we got on Elvis in concert. The one, he looks bad. The other one, he looks good. Yet they were filmed days apart. Not performing in the UK is what I find hard to gather, even if Tom couldn't leave. Yeah, it's like I said it earlier on about me not going to Rome. I think it's the same thing. Although Parker put blocks in the way, if Elvis had said, I'm going, he would have gone. And that's what's actually happened. Who was it? There is another interview where they said that they spoke to Elvis just shortly before he died. And he said, if Parker's not going, then he can stay at home. I don't need him. Yeah, so it was down to Elvis at the end of the day. And he did have opportunities. I did come across at least one other serious offer to get Elvis to perform in London in 1970 for a charity event, which got as far as the chap was due to fly to America to meet him. And the chap who was going actually fell ill, so didn't make the meeting. And he said it all just sort of faded away after that. But he had been told that Elvis was keen to do it. So there were other opportunities. I always thought the Goldman book said more about him. I don't hate many people. I hated that man. His book was just garbage. It was a total... He set out to write a book to destroy Elvis. He obviously didn't like Elvis at all. And he set out to do that deliberately. I never read it. I read a sort of summary of it. And whenever I went into a bookshop back then and that book was there, I would hide it behind other books so it wasn't on display. That's a book I will never have in my hands. Totally obnoxious individual. I think he did another book about somebody and did the same thing. He was a talentless hack who thought he could make himself big by bringing down famous people. Have you ever had a fried peanut butter banana and bacon? I haven't. I would have actually liked to try it. Now I can't, of course, because that's everything I'm not allowed to eat. He could have done it years before. He could have. And of course, After a Lower was the perfect moment. The world was ready. That was like the ultimate advert for Elvis in concert around the world. The world was ready. It was waiting. And it would have given him, you know, this new challenge, which he'd, of course, would have far exceeded. Would Parker have been able to travel to the UK? Well, of course, there's this myth that he couldn't leave America. When you're the manager of Elvis Presley and you have millions, of all the countries in the world where anything is possible if you're rich, America's got to be number one. I don't believe for 1 minute that he'd have had a problem. There was a Finnish soldier called Lauri Törni. Very interesting man. If they made a film of his life story, people wouldn't believe it. They would say, oh, it's a rip-off of Rambo. Amongst the many exploits that he did during World War II, he served for a period of time in the Finnish volunteer battalion of the Waffen-SS, which is a fascinating subject in itself. After the war, for various reasons, he went to America and he entered the country illegally because, of course, as somebody who'd served in the Waffen-SS, you weren't allowed to go to America. When they found out who he was and what he'd done, an American senator sponsored a private law to give him American citizenship, and it was done. And he ended up in the American Army Special Forces and actually got killed on a secret mission during the Vietnam War. And he's buried at Arlington. So there is a national American hero who served in the Waffen-SS. Anything is possible in America. Parker would not have had a problem. We got onto some strange subjects. Tony, how amazing would Elvis in London have been? Oh, I do sometimes, I used to have these little fantasies about it. You know, the TV cameras at Heathrow peering into the grey sky, looking for this white jet coming in. And there's the Lisa Marie coming into land. The crowds, the cameras. Of course, all the shows would have been completely sold out. All the big celebrities would have been there. I expect the Queen would have been there. It would have been quite something. And RCA wouldn't have recorded it or filmed it. And then, of course, that would have been such a big success that then he'd do, well, let's do France, Germany, Spain, Italy. Let's go for it. Japan. ABBA played the Wembley Arena in 79. Yeah, a lot of people have played the Wembley Arena. I can't remember how many it can hold. I did look it up for this video that I'm thinking of doing. But it's pretty much like the show, the venues he did in America. You know, so like 10, 12,000 people. Sadly, of course, I probably couldn't have afforded a ticket because I'd have been still a kid. Goldman wrote a similar book about Lennon. I knew he'd done somebody else. Yeah, he was just an obnoxious individual. A jealous man without any talent of his own. Yeah. Don't think Lisa Marie will be able to get here from the States. Yes, it would. Yes. Yeah. It could have done the trip. It was a proper 4-engine civil airliner. I mean, you think flying right across America is the same as flying across the Atlantic. 12,500. Yeah, that sounds about right. So if he'd done 2 shows a day for a week. And then RCA Camden will put out Elvis Sings Hits from Movies Volume 3. Don't say that too loudly. Like, hey, that's a good idea. Yeah, Elvis Sings Hits from the Movies. They have a strange definition of hit. Maybe it's based on Elvis throwing the lyrics on the floor in disgust. They hit the floor. I saw the Jam at Wembley Arena in 82. I don't remember it being that big a venue. And when you see pictures of it, it does look quite cozy. The crowd looked very close to the artists. I don't know if it's changed over the years, whether they've made any alterations. It looks small. Ah, that's deceptive. It is a proper. It was a civil airliner. Hit equals any song he recorded. Yeah, that's true. Always makes me laugh when people criticise and say, you know, oh, I wish he hadn't recorded 3 Corn Patches, or I wish he hadn't recorded Queenie Wahini's Papaya. And my thought is, but then we'd have one less Elvis song. If you said to me, we've just discovered, you know, a professional recording of Elvis singing anything, I would say, yeah, bring it on. You can see over there, look, that's my Lisa Marie. I always wanted a model of it. You can buy proper models, but they're very, very expensive. So I spent a long time searching, and I came across a very old American model plane kit, still in its box, of the correct jet. So I bought it, made it up, and painted it as the Lisa Marie. So, are you looking forward to the Epic movie? I think we're all looking forward to it. Very exciting. And to see it in the cinema is going to be something. That's just going to make it that extra special. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to the multi-disc box set of all the outtakes and the director's special cut that lasts 10 hours. We can dream. Well, Lila and Ollie had the same thought at the same time. Look, I did actually look on our local cinema to see if there was any news of it yet, but it's a bit early. Don't you think Sinatra was taking the piss when Elvis did Old Shep on his show to the... Keeps moving. Dog in the top hat. Oh, Elvis in the tuxedo. Yeah. He shouldn't have agreed to that. They took advantage of Elvis's good nature. Right. Have I caught up? Oh, when I was at the museum in Graceland, it had a list of songs to be recorded to be added to the low broadcast, which included Tender Feeling, amongst others. Yeah, that list is in a book somewhere. It does make you wonder, did they actually try it out? Did they rehearse it? Because we know there were lots of other rehearsals that happened over the years. Did somebody record any of them? We know that some of the 69 rehearsals before his first show in 69 were recorded, and again are in private hands, where he tries out other songs like From a Jack to a King, and I think And the Grass Won't Pay No Mind. There were other songs on there that they tried out in rehearsals that were recorded. But again, they're in private collectors' hands. Baz Luhrmann says, found the Hampton Roads concert in entirety. That's what I really wanted. I was disappointed in the on-tour set we got. Was it a couple of years ago? I wanted just one complete concert on film. I mean, they've got no reason to sit on this stuff because we're not getting any younger. Can't wait for the epic film being able to own it on Blu-ray with lots of extra footage. That's what we want, Tony. We want the outtakes and the director's special cut. Lila, don't want to put a down on things, but you think Elvis had picked some of the worst covers for his albums? Elvis doesn't seem to have had anything to do with the album covers. I don't know for sure exactly how it happened, but you've probably heard the story of Parker being presented with a series of photographs for an album cover. And the chap said he didn't even look up, he just went and touched one. Didn't even look. And I couldn't believe it. But you would have thought Elvis would have, got more involved in that side of things, but he doesn't seem to have. The thing with Hampton Roads is that the majority of it has already been seen on tour. This is Elvis and Lost performances. Yeah, but I still want to see it just as a concert, a complete thing. Have you ever gone online to buy anything that is for sale on the official Graceland website? Once. The coloured Sunset Boulevard. First time I've actually bought it direct from the website. Everything went fine. It arrived quite quickly. No problems. But I mean, you can get most of it from Elvis Shop London and place it in the fan club. So has anybody been through this making of GI Blue set? Is it worth the money? Because I haven't ordered it. I didn't order the making of King Creole until I saw somebody show it. And then I immediately ordered it. So I probably will get the GI Blues one. I just need somebody to talk me into it. Last bit of beer. It'll be a while before I get it in the US. Maybe they should send it from Japan. Seems to arrive in a couple of days. What would you sing, or is your karaoke Elvis song? I would have to drink a lot of these to sing in public. I don't know what, if I had to sing something, what would it be? I do like, if I'm going to sing, I do like the ballads. Something like They Remind Me Too Much of You. A song like that makes me wish I could play the piano. Imagine how great it would be to just sit down and play that and sing it. Leonard hasn't opened his yet. Mal, it's a great set. Packaging is brilliant and the sound is tremendous. I should order it, shouldn't I? You Gave Me a Mountain would be mine. Blimey, that's a big song to take on. If I was to try a song like that, I'd have to do my own version of it, a very quiet acoustic version. Anything that requires power, I'm out. So as one of the good things about being a Bob Dylan fan is if you do karaoke, you can't, you're going to sound okay. Woodsman from Elvis Corner. I've never heard of Elvis Corner. Have you done a vid of all what looks like DVDs on the middle shelf? This. Those are FTD sessions and legacy sets. So they're all CDs. There are some DVDs back there, but I haven't sort of gone out to collect the DVDs. I just picked them up here and there. Fortunately, my DVD player is packed in. I've still got it all connected up down here, but it doesn't work, so I'm going to have to get a new one. Epic coming out will be the excuse. Amongst my very limited Elvis collection, I have 2 concert films. If you could only watch one, would it be That's the Way It Is or Love from Hawaii? That's the Way It Is. That's the Way It Is captured Elvis at a fantastic period. Everything about it. The way he sounded, the way he looked, his attitude, the band around him, the singers, the songs, everything just sort of came together. A moment of perfection. Will you be watching Elvis on TV tomorrow on BBC? I was talking about this earlier. I hope a lot of people watch it because it will do a lot of good, like the movie, the cinema. At the cinema, because there'll be a lot of people who wouldn't go to the cinema but will be interested in seeing it. So I'm hoping it's going to have a very good effect. I don't actually have a TV or a TV license. So for the record, no, I won't be watching it. How would you compare the Bob Dylan bootleg series compared to FTD quality-wise? I think the deluxe Dylan sets below the Jorgensen produced. The Dylan packages are fantastic. They are fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think they're about the best I've seen for like deluxe sets. And Dylan, of course, will win hands down because with the content of the sets, because he just recorded so much that he never released. I think it's tragic that Elvis didn't have a studio in Graceland, a purpose-built studio. You'd have thought somebody at RCA. I can't believe that nobody thought, you know what, we should offer to build Elvis a studio at Graceland so he can go in and record when he feels like it. He could have tried out different things. Scotty Moore or James Burton, which was your favourite guitarist Elvis had? Questions like that are difficult because, as I said before, totally different parts of Elvis's career. Who is the more important, Scotty Moore all day long? But two very different guitarists at very different times. I think it has to be Scotty Moore overall. But James Burton is a brilliant guitarist who is overlooked because it sounds so straightforward and simple. What Elvis song do you think would have made a great Bond theme? Well, the two to me that stand out as Bond theme types, Edge of Reality and Charo. Of course, they would need rewriting, but they've got that sound. Some songs just have that sound, don't they? There's a Tori Amos song called, I know I'm going to forget the name. That Guy, I think it's called, from memory. I haven't listened to it for a long time. When you hear it, you just think, this is a James Bond theme song. So those are the two that, for me, have that sound. It's surprising they never asked him to do it. I mean, what a coup that would have been. I don't think I was selling enough records for us here to build a studio by the mid-70s. Well, I know people say that, but when you think of the thousands of artists that are signed up to record companies, 90% of them sell very few records. So Elvis would still have been outselling, I think, 90% of all artists releasing records. We sort of have a downer on the 70s because he's not selling as many, but that's only in comparison to what he was selling in the 60s. Yes, Moore was more important, but Burton could play any start. Oh, absolutely. I think James Burton is a bit overlooked. It's probably only going to be after he dies that people will start coming out and saying what a great guitarist he was. The James Burton era, what a band Elvis had behind him. Elvis's band was just an amazing group of musicians. What always amazes me is when you think in the studio, the number of takes they have to get things right. But night after night, they were sort of doing one take masters. You know, when you can reproduce that sound on stage, that just shows their class. And there are a lot of people on that stage when you think about it. The band, the orchestra, the backup singers. Of course, it's Elvis. He's going to have the best in the world, isn't he? Why did Red and Sonny do the dirty on Elvis? Well, I suppose you could say that Elvis did the dirty on them first. You know, they've been with him since he was a child, since he was at school. And then they were let go, not very well handled. Elvis didn't handle it well. So I can understand they felt a bit hurt and upset. And then I think they were taken advantage of. The journalist that did what happened is a bit like Goldman. I think he took advantage of them. Dave Hebler said in an interview that they sat down with him and gave him hours and hours of material. And he said 95% of it was very positive about Elvis. And he wrote the book using the 5% that was negative. So I don't think Elvis was blameless in that situation. He should have handled the situation much better. I think Elvis was still in the top 20 for sales in the US during the 70s, and in the UK only Elton John sold more. Yeah, I mean, he was still selling a lot of records. Dean, hello. I'm back. Steve is back. Can think Elvis was an absolute child when it came to Christmas. You can tell he loved Christmas. Well, that's it. When you become immensely wealthy at a very young age, you don't have to grow up, do you? I'm 61. I still find there are times in my head when I'm thinking like a 16-year-old. Why not? But I can't. I don't have the money to back it up. He had the money to back it up. So, of course, you can make Christmas your dream world. That was something that was it Billy Smith said? You know, a lot of things today portray Elvis in a sort of semi-tragic light, all the sort of negative things. But he said Elvis had a great time most of the time, and at Gracelands it was like a dream world. And they had so much fun and joy and laughter and playing tricks on each other and doing wild things. And all of that far outweighed the negative side, yet people seem to concentrate on the negative side. They have an image of Elvis sat brooding in Graceland all alone, you know, depressed, and it wasn't like that. For me, the 69 band, including Larry Mahobrat, was the best. Jerry Chef summed it up. Best punk lounge music. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you know, I always feel guilty saying it, but I have to say that I think losing the Imperials hurt Elvis's live sound. Because as much as Elvis thought of J.D. Sumner and the Stamps, to me, they weren't as good as the Imperials for his overall sound. Did you get anything Elvis for Christmas? I've told the story several times now. We don't really do a lot of Christmas presents. It's just me and my wife. She likes presents throughout the year. So we just sort of do little things here and there. I did actually put some thought into a present this year. She's never bought me anything Elvis related in all the years I've known her, except this year. and she bought me some pink Elvis socks. I'll show you the picture. Everyone else can look away and they've seen them, which did make me laugh. So these are my, which I am actually wearing now, my pink Elvis socks that my wife bought me for Christmas. Am I difficult to buy for? Yeah, I probably am, because my interests are very sort of niche, and I have so much stuff that it would be, difficult to think of what to get me. But I like my socks. Dean, got to get back to work. Can't wait to get him to watch the upload. You're working, blimey. Well, thanks for popping in. Have a great day. Holly, very stylish. I'd have a pair too, right? There is actually another pair that goes with them. I don't know where she got them from. A little bit more restrained. I was just relieved it wasn't Elton John, because I can just see her buying me some Elton John socks if they exist. Because, of course, of her long-running joke where she forgets that it's Elvis and she says, "You like Elton John?" Which I used to react to, but I got wise to her. So although Elvis was obviously a fan, I never liked what JD added to the sound. No. The problem with JD, and I mean, I can only think that Elvis wanted it this way, you shouldn't actually be able to hear him. He should be in the background of the sound. But you listen to live shows, and these big bass swoops during and at the end of songs, they sort of stick out like a sore thumb. I think it hurt the overall sound. He should be one of many voices in the back, but he was like featured out front. And when you're singing that deep, I mean, he sang too deep for me. There comes a point where it stops being musical. We have to buy our own presents. Absolutely right. And the good thing is we always know just what we want. Can be a proper pair of socks too, right? I do tend to go through my socks quite quickly. My toes come poking through. I don't know what it is. I love watching Elvis get them goosebumps when he listens to his singers singing Lighthouse around the piano. Yeah. Well, that's the music he grew up with, of course. That's what he actually wanted to do. Be a member of a gospel quartet. You have to tell the wife his real name is Reg Dwight. I can just imagine what that's going to do. Then I would get, so Elvis's real name was Reg White. Why do they call him Elvis then? She has this way of tying things, twisting things to annoy you, to sort of niggle you. But as Kenny Everett would say, it's all done in the best possible taste. Well, I think this is the last. I've managed to make it last. There. How long did that take? How long have we been going? 2 hours and 10 minutes. She is a wind-up merchant indeed. I think she's done a KGB course in winding me up. She's a master at it. Are you the type who is glad when Christmas is over? I enjoy Christmas, but there does come a point when it's like, okay, we've done it now. As I said in a video, you know, Christmas has lost a lot of that sort of special magic. Because for me, Christmas was very much centered around my mum. She's what made Christmas special every year. So now she's not here, it's just not the same. We still have we have a nice meal and enjoy spending some time together and that, but the sort of magic of Christmas goes when you lose the people that mattered. Sad but true, unfortunately. Looking forward to finally seeing Near Am I God to Thee from the on-tour gospel sequence in Epic. I can't wait to see all this stuff. It's ridiculous that they've been sitting on it for so long. I know the Beatles had some flexi. Are there any Elvis flexi discs? There were a few. Like there was a couple of early interview discs were put out on flexi. And in places like Japan, they were quite big on putting out flexi discs. But there isn't much. I know I've got some somewhere. Like the Reader's Digest box set, when that first came out, they put out a flexi promo disc of that. I've got that somewhere. So there are a few here and there, but not that many. Do you and the missus talk politics? No. She has no interest in politics in Britain, and she doesn't want to talk about what's happening in Russia. So no. She will talk about how it used to be when she was growing up in the Soviet Union. Which is interesting to hear. Are there any Elvis 3-inch CDs? There are. Not many. I do have. Chances of me putting my hand on it are virtually nil. I do have one, but there aren't many. I can't think where it would be. Most of my CDs are over here, so it's probably over here somewhere, but I haven't got a specific place that I've put it. I just looked at the case and I saw something and I thought, what on earth's that? I don't remember it. Huh. I bought this a couple of months ago, stuck it on the case, completely forgot about it. I just looked over there. Oh, come all ye faithful. I got it, unwrapped it, and just stuck it on the thing. I didn't even look at it. Special Christmas package. Christmas CD with 22 alternate Christmas songs, a 2001 pocket calendar, and 5 colour postcards. Well, now I can sort of remember buying it, but something must have happened and I just stuck it there and forgot about it. Well, let's have a look. I don't know if you can, it's quite small, but there's a picture on the back. Elvis at Graceland at Christmas. Bit blurry. I think that's a Christmas tree there. Elvis sings "O Come All Ye Faithful" and 21 great songs. No, I'd actually forgotten that I'd bought this. The New Zealand cover there. Red disc with nothing on it. Elvis Christmas Special, that says there. So it's nicely done. Of course, if I'd gone out and seen this for sale somewhere, I'd have probably thought, oh, I haven't got that, and bought it. Okay, so we got a little calendar card for 2001. Make your own Elvis Christmas CD. Not sure what that's about. The CD was just red and blank. I wonder if you're supposed to decorate it, maybe. That was in there. So I have no idea what's on that. Has anybody got this? Knows what it's... And then we've got some postcards, which... Alright, that one's Christmassy, but... Well, there you go. I would have shown it in the Christmas video if I'd remembered. I wonder what that's about. So it's obviously an unofficial release from 2001. Special Christmas package. Billion Records is the company. Anybody got that? It's quite nice. I'll have to play the CD. Right, where did I get to? MJ the DJ, hello. And a Merry Christmas to you. What's left of it? New Year next. For Katerina, my wife, New Year is more important than Christmas. In the Soviet Union, they didn't go big on Christmas because it was a religious festival, and they weren't keen on religion. They tried to suppress it. So they have a New Year tree, and they give the presents on New Year's Day, not Christmas Day. So it was a much bigger celebration for New Year than it was for Christmas. So she always calls it the New Year tree. When are we going to put up the New Year tree? And I, of course, always say, you're in England now, it's a Christmas tree. So we compromise. So it's a Christmas tree until we get to the 31st. Then it becomes a New Year tree. I bet it takes ages to decorate Graceland for Christmas. Yeah, they must have a big staff to put all those lights and things up. I like how it spells Aaron. Of course, it spells Aaron how it was spelt on Elvis's birth certificate. It was only later that he adopted the double A. So, it says there are 27 people out there. And I've finished my drink. Let's put that out of the way. Oh, that's the book I got. Jerry Chef's autobiography. Because, of course, he played also for Bob Dylan in '78 on the Street Legal album and the tour that followed. So, I'm about halfway through it. You can get it on eBay. It's not expensive. A few black and white images. He opens the book with the story of them getting on the plane on the 16th of August to fly out to start the new tour, and them getting the message that they've been asked to land at the nearest airport. And of course somebody goes off to find out what's happened and comes back with the news that Elvis has died. He also played with the Costello person, who I won't call Elvis because he's not. So I shall finish that. Where did I get to? Oops. Do you think Elvis ever performed live over Christmas, or would he always class that as a holiday? I don't think he would do Christmas Day. He did New Year's, of course, a couple of times. Have any ideas what you're going to do for videos in the coming year? Not specifically, no. I wait for something to sort of catch my eye. Or I mentioned the one about was Elvis going to come to the UK in '78. I've gathered all the stuff together for that video, so I might do that next. The Aaron on his gravestone was a big part of the Elvis's life conspiracy thing. Yeah, but of course it's correct. It was amended. Right, not the double A. Do you think Tom Parker was ever invited to Graceland for Christmas dinner? Not that I'm aware of. But I think it probably was open house. If he'd wanted to turn up, he could have. He played with Costello, but not Abbott. I know most people probably smoked 50s through 70s, but was Elvis much of a smoker? He did, for quite a long period, he smoked cigarellos, I think they call them. I don't think I've ever seen him smoking a cigarette as such. But you will find, there's plenty of pictures out there of him. I think there's even some video of those long, thin cigar type things, which he used to enjoy. Patricia, yes, he played with the Doors as well. It is on the front cover. Yeah, he played with the Doors on some of their recordings. An Epic review, that'll be good. I'll give my thoughts on Epic. I will, once I've seen it. And of course, Elvis played with Diana Dawes. Well, do we believe Diana Dawes' story? I don't know. I'm not sure. Allegedly, yes. I wasn't convinced when her story came out. I was about as convinced as I was with Tommy Steele's story about showing Elvis around London. I don't know what he was on that day. There are a lot of pictures of Elvis smoking skinny cigars. I think they call them cigarellos, don't they? I got goosebumps watching the Epic trailer. Yeah. That very brief scene from Oh Happy Day, fantastic. I'm assuming they've got the complete performance of Oh Happy Day, so why not a single? They've got the video. It's a fantastic performance. A song we didn't have. Promote it. Well, thanks for coming in. I still can't get used to the name. But have a good one. I'll see you in the new year. I do need to do some tidying up when I'm working in here. I put things on shelves just to get them out of the way, and I've noticed that it's starting to, the shelves are starting to get very crowded with very odd things. Why that's there? With a George VI Emperor of India stamp. Things that sort of gather on my shelves are a bit weird. What's that? Oh, a Roman coin. No, I found this was my granddad's watch. My dad gave it me on my 21st birthday. Sadly, it doesn't run. It does say that the plates are gold. American Waltham, USA Traveller. I turned that up in a box and I was looking for some stuff. Now this is a House of Commons prepaid envelope. Me and my wife got invited to a tour of the House of Commons by our MP. And whilst we were looking around, she disappeared and she nicked a load of these from off a desk. Probably collector's pieces. Well, thanks for coming in, Patricia. Have a good evening. In fact, night. It's later there, isn't it? Let me know if you need me to get you that Japanese Christmas album, and I'll sort it out. Good night. David, can I use it now? I would think a collector would pay more than the postage. I do have a bundle of them. Looks like a cigarette that he's smoking on the cover of the 83 bootleg Memphis, Tennessee. I don't recall that one. I'll have to look that up. So this is what I have a habit of doing when I use things. I just pile it up on the side. So you've got a Spanish Christmas EP, a German EP, my Elvis Complete magazine, which for some reason is there, which I should put back where it belongs. Il Re de Rock and Roll, Italian, a French single, and another French single. I obviously got them out for a reason. Instead of putting them back, I just piled them up on the nearest shelf. And next to it, there's albums piled up, which I haven't put away. Hopeless. Do you remember the Elvis MasterCard? I believe they were phone cards. I remember seeing phone cards. I don't remember the MasterCard. Is today's generation of new Elvis fan being fed on the live 70s Elvis rather than the early movie star? They do seem to be pushing that side of things. I think because it just looks more modern than the older stuff. That's the disadvantage that we have with Elvis's 50s stuff. It just looks very old. And to modern, to ears brought up on Taylor Swift and stuff like that, it probably sounds very thin now and very sort of dated as it is. But hopefully they can sort of see past that. Gossip: John Travolta has supposedly accepted Lisa and Riley as egg donors. I'm not sure what to say to that. I have no idea what that's about. John Travolta has accepted Lisa and Riley as egg donors. Do I need to look that up? I don't know what that means. Were there any Elvis mini-disc releases? Yeah, I think there were. Again, just a very small number. Do I have any? I honestly can't remember. I'll have to look. I know I've got some 3-inch mini discs. I'm sure there were, but not very few. Doesn't it mean because they sold the rights, the 70s stuff is exempt and gets put out by whoever? The whole copyright thing is very confusing. A, because there are different rules in different countries, and B, because copyright applies, as I understand it, to something that was already released. Which is why if somebody has a recording of a concert that wasn't officially released, it's not covered by copyright, as I understand it. So they can put that out. So you could argue that outtakes weren't released, but I don't know if you get away with that. But of course, the big thing is that the copyright under European law, I think it is, has run out, whereas in America it's longer, which is why there can be unofficial releases in Europe, but not in America. I think that's how it is. And that, of course, is probably why they came up with the FTD label, to get it out before copyright started to run out. I think that's right, if I've understood the explanation. And then, of course, you have the fact that Elvis sold the rights to his catalogue up until that point. So he didn't earn... I don't think he's right, he didn't earn anything from the sales of those things afterwards. But I think he gave up sort of the main part of his royalties. Which of course means it's financially more advantageous for RCA to exploit the earlier stuff than it would be the later stuff. But I think at this point that's become irrelevant. I mean, they've made so much money off of him. How are we doing now? It's 20 to 10. Oh, oops. I think Elvis has been screwed as much as black artists. I think all artists were screwed. Everyone was exploited. I think every time the artists, people found a way to screw the artists. So they got very little out of it. And the thing with Elvis, of course, he was so fantastically successful that even after being screwed, he was still making millions. So to him, it didn't matter because he came from no money at all. So he was happy to have what he had, and he thought, fantastic. The fact that probably Parker and everyone around him was making more out of it than he was, I don't think he cared. Many black artists died penniless. Yeah, I've no doubt there were white artists who went the same way. But yeah, obviously there was an extra layer of holding them back. Of course, back then, if you think about it, it's true of Elvis as well. A lot of these artists were just totally naive and ignorant of how business worked. So they were very easy to exploit. True, even concert prices. Sunset Boulevard, your thoughts? I enjoyed the set. I think of all the remix stuff they've done, it was the most successful. I really like it. Some of the versions have become my favorite versions of certain songs. In the past they've tinkered with remix songs that just for the sake of changing something. Whereas on Sunset Boulevard, to me, they enhanced them. They brought things out that could easily have been the masters. So overall, I think it's really well done. Of course, on the big set, the rehearsals, releasing them at the wrong speed again was unbelievable. But the studio stuff, I think, is fantastic. I really enjoyed it. How long was the recorded version of America's Baby in its entirety? The version that runs for 9 minutes. Still a fade out. I don't know. Does anybody know? Have we heard? I mean, are we going to get a Wonderful World of Christmas Sessions box with everything on it? I would like it. The 74 rehearsal sounded poor, no restoration, running at the wrong speed. Absolutely, I just don't know what they were doing. There is a channel where he is correcting the speed, and it makes so much difference. It's weird that they put that on there like that. How much did Elvis have to do with self-realization fellowship? I don't know is the answer. I suppose you'd have to ask Larry Geller. Apparently, he did spend time meditating at one of these places, but it's not something I've ever looked that far into. When I was sort of looking around YouTube for Elvis-related things, I came across one of the weirdest videos that I watched a couple of minutes just to see. And it was these two very serious, earnest people having a discussion about Was Elvis a master of the Knights Templar? It was bizarre. You know, like there's this whole other mystical world that Elvis was a secret master of the Knights Templars, and you sit there thinking, are you two for real? I mean, but they were taking it very seriously, and I think the video was like an hour long. What on earth they were talking about, I don't know. But they were going something about some symbolism that Elvis used and how it was connected to the secrets of the Knights. Weird. There are some weirdos out there. Soundcheck Jones, I agree. The best one I've heard, much better than Memphis. The Memphis set was a disaster as far. I played a few tracks off it once. I'll never play it again. It sits on the shelf. I think it was a disaster. He got out of that Scientology crap very quick. Elvis never had any time for Scientology, but he did get a little bit into this. What's his name? One particular guru whose book he had. Elvis as a Templar. Absolutely. That'll probably be the next Indiana Jones film. Seeking the Elvis Grail. George Harrison was also involved with the Self-Realization Fellowship. It's a shame Elvis didn't strike up a friendship, as they clearly had a lot in common. Yeah. It's like we said earlier, I think a lot of these stars just found it very difficult to relate to Elvis because they held him in such high regard. Elvis liked numerology. Apparently so, yeah, he was fascinated by it. Could you curate a 1 CD set best of Elvis? I doubt it. How on earth would you put the best of Elvis on 1 CD? And of course, it would be my best of Elvis, which wouldn't be somebody else's best of Elvis. God, I would struggle. I wouldn't be able to leave anything off. It's like when people say to me, could I do a video of like my, top 10 albums or top 10 something? It's like, no, I can't. How can I choose? I think the question I always wanted an answer to is, why am I who I am? Yeah, apparently many times he said, why me? Why did this happen to me? It shows how different we all are, because I don't think that question would even occur to me if I was in his position. It's like, it happened. I'm a lucky bugger, but I don't think I would think to ask why me. I would just think how lucky I am. Would you include My Wish Came True? No, I wouldn't. I have a problem. I have a problem with My Wish Came True. And it's a problem that probably other people have. Couldn't they do a remix where they tone her down? She's just too overpowering. You see, there you have it. Look, you would put it on, and I wouldn't. So we'd all have to do our own best of CDs. 700 songs, how many were best? At least half. This is the problem. How can you leave things off? He re-recorded My Wish Came True in 58, but no tapes have surfaced. Yeah, there were a few times he went back and had another go at a song. So what's happened to these missing tapes? I was listening to somebody being interviewed. I watch so much stuff and read so much stuff that I can't remember things, and they said that RCA had put something out that Elvis had recorded a long time before, and he wasn't aware they were going to do it. And he wasn't happy about it because he didn't think it was good enough. And that he started saying in some of the sessions, I want the tape destroyed. I can't think who it was who told that story. Don't know if anybody's heard that. But I think that was quite late. So what happened to the earlier tapes? Who knows? RCA were hopeless at looking after tapes. I mean, where are the sessions for the first Christmas album? We have absolutely nothing from it. And we know RCA did routinely destroy tapes, including some tapes. Elvis loved the impersonal life and the Prophet books. Khalil Gibran, that's the chap. I can never remember his name. Yeah. Has anyone ever read his book? It's not something that I particularly would have any interest in reading. Ben, hello. Watch tomorrow. Thanks. We've had a good one too. Is the new Good Times FTD LP good? I have it here waiting for me to open it and play it, which hopefully I'll get a chance tomorrow, so I haven't played it yet. But I mean, they're good songs, so we got a good chance. So I'm hoping to have time to sit and listen to it tomorrow. The Prophet is a great work. I just don't know that I would have the patience to sit and read it. Yeah, they've used the Take Good Care of Her. I've got a thing about your baby, American sleeve, single sleeve. Yeah, they always do a good job on these. Of course, that was from what was going to be the original artwork for the album, as I remember correctly. I haven't actually opened it up yet. I will do that tomorrow and have a listen. The late David Briggs allegedly had the We Had It All session tape. Yeah. I think Jerry Sheff talks about that in an interview. That he thought that he'd taken it. But if you listen to some of Elvis Archival Preservation Society with Jamie Kelly, he's talked about it, that they know for a fact that somebody's got a cassette tape of one of the takes. It's not one book, it's similar to the Sermon on the Mount sections of my topic. Oh, right. Well, if I find a cheap copy of it, I might have a look. And I have read, like in my studies, I've read things like On the Good Life, Cicero, which again they aren't the easiest things to read. But Find it hard to imagine whether I would get anything out of it. Nigel, hello. I will, hopefully, tomorrow. Because I didn't... Good Times, the original FTD, is one of the ones I don't have. So I was pleased that they've done this. So there's a lot of takes on there. How many unreleased session tapes are not mythical and known to exist? I don't know if anybody actually knows. Clearly there are plenty that are missing. Some of the film soundtracks where Elvis sang to pre-recorded backing tracks, there doesn't seem to be much from there. But we've got to hope that they are out there somewhere. I mean, RCA are still... There are times when they've found mislabeled tape boxes. The labels say one thing, they open them up and there's something completely different inside. So there is hope. Good Times is a great song. Yeah. What we've got to hope is that somebody who worked at RCA at the recording studio in their attic has a box of tapes they took home, and that the box will be discovered. Weird things do happen. It was only was it earlier this year that a guy bought a box of used tapes just to get the tapes, and when he went through them he found an entire David Bowie session that had been lost. What was interesting was, because he did a video about it, was that he owns the tape, but the music on it is owned by the record company, so he can't do anything with it. So I would assume at some point they will come to some agreement, you would hope. Rocksmith, hello. Looking forward to attending the Elvis birthday week in Memphis in January. Oh, fantastic. So I assume that you're in America. Would have been 91. It's hard to believe, isn't it? It's it is weird, because of course we know that he was born in 1935. But it only sort of really struck home quite recently when I was doing some research on something, that Elvis really was from a completely different world to the modern world, which is why it explains why I think some of the decisions that he made in his career were made, and why he didn't sort of push to change things. That he really came from a world where country stars played on the back of a pickup truck to a small crowd. You know, that's sort of, that really is where he came from. And I'm not sure he ever really adjusted to the sort of 70s. In the 70s, you had bands performing in massive stadium tours, and he was still playing small venues, doing 2 shows a day. And the outfits he wore, they really do sort of come from that that earlier period where people went on stage with a fancy jacket singing country songs. And that really is where he came from, and I think we forget that sometimes. That he came from a very small world. Which is why he needed a manager that had more vision than Parker, because Parker was from that world as well. Parker was a small-time showman exploiting an act in any way possible to make a bit of money. Well, that's not what Elvis needed. Elvis needed somebody with some vision. And that's why when he worked with Chips Moman and Bones Howe and, you know, these other people who brought Steve Binder, who were from a different world, they had a different view. And when they put that to Elvis, he sort of rose. You know, he went higher. Parker was from this tiny little world. Mal, was there nothing better on television? Thanks for coming. Have a happy new year. Hey, my guess is they're back at me. Now, feelings are... who was it? Might have been Billy Smith was talking about this in one of his videos. I must try and find it, because was it him? But they said that they were around Graceland's during the sessions, and they said that somebody played them a cassette tape of Elvis performing Feelings. So we know copies were made at the time. I think it was him. But he definitely said, you know, we were given a cassette tape and played it, and it was Elvis performing Feelings on a cassette tape. Oh, you're in Canada. So a bit of a journey then to get to Memphis. Remember what happened to David Cassidy, the pretender to the throne. Fang got killed and packed in touring. Blimey. Harold, hello. Do you have both of the CD single box sets? The CD single box. Is this the number ones? No, I don't think I got those. Not on CD. Did I get them? I don't think I do. I don't think I ever got them. Not that I can remember. I think I've got some of them loose, if I remember right. Did I? You know, I honestly can't remember. I think I've got some of them individually, but I don't think I bought the box. Not that I can remember. But as happened earlier, I found something on the shelf and couldn't remember, like, where on earth did I get that? I don't think I do. I don't remember that about David Cassidy. Oops. Is that the ones you're on about? Because I know there is a box, isn't there? I've got individual ones, but I didn't get a box. Keith Flynn has also said that he has heard Elvis's version of Feelings. Yeah, I've no doubt it's out there. I mean, RCA were having so much trouble getting Elvis to record that I find it hard to believe that they would have destroyed tapes. Now, we know they did tape over things. I mean, potentially we could have Feelings and we could have America the Beautiful on a cassette tape somewhere. And there's also the rumour, of course, that at the start of the sessions he was going through songs by oh God, here we go, by another group. Completely, my brain goes blank. Right, the UK and the US box sets, right. No, I don't have the actual box sets, just individual CDs. They're the sort of thing that I see for sale and think, I should get that, and then I see something else that I want more, so I never actually get around to buying it. Depends on what tapes they were given. The tapes probably had a lot of unreleased nuggets. What is out there? One of the frustrating things that came out of reading the book on Parker, the new one, is that he drummed into Elvis that Elvis should only give RCA what they contractually require. So in other words, if they require an album and 2 singles, that's all you give them. So if you've already recorded enough tracks that year, don't record any more. Every time I learn something new about him, I think less of him. Do you like the Christmas Piece CD cover? Yeah, I got no problem with that. There are far worse ones. It's okay. I recall saying you're a Tori Amos fan. Yeah, Tori, yeah. Kate Bush, no, not so much. I don't know why. Kate Bush just never quite... the songs didn't do it for me. So I sort of never went beyond the things you heard on the radio with her. I might like her if I gave her a chance, but I just never did. But Tori, I think, is an amazing artist and an amazing songwriter. Songwriting is big with me. That's why I'm a big Bob Dylan fan and Leonard Cohen and people like that. Lyrics, I think, are just, a good songwriter is just appeals to me. I have a big Tori Amos collection back there, which started before she actually released her first album. I had a school friend that worked for a music magazine, and one day he rang me. He said, "Oh, we've been given a demo cassette tape of somebody I think you might like," and he sent me it in the post, which I've still got, and it was 4 tracks that they put out before her first album came out. And for a while, whilst he worked there, he would send me any new demo things they were sent of hers. So I've got a lot of early demo CDs and that. I just carried on collecting her. I think she's a brilliant artist. Did Elvis have a following in Russia? I asked my wife. She said there was a sort of underground following of Western music. And Elvis was one of the artists that was sort of they would share recordings, so it would be passed around, usually pressed onto X-ray plates, so it wouldn't be an actual record, so it'd be sort of disguised. Cyndi Lauper, again, she's an artist that what I've heard I like, but I've never gone beyond what's the hit. For a while, Elvis was one of the last to leave the student centres. He only went in. Yeah, they had real trouble getting Elvis into a recording studio, which is why they should have built one at Graceland's, proper professional studio. Why can't Tory read? Indeed. I don't know if I can put my hands on it, but I do have that original album, which might be, there we go. And this is the original. Now, most of you are sat there looking, what the hell is that? But if you're a Tory fan, then you know all about this album. Tory the Rock Chick. And I also have the single with the picture sleeve, Cool on My Island. Yeah. Oh dear, that's another side of my collecting. Harold gonna get the new Bob Dylan box set, the early material. Yeah, I've been listening to it. Some great stuff on there. There's just so much unreleased Bob Dylan material. Why can't we have, if we even had 1/10 of it for Elvis, we'd be in paradise. Poor Elvis was finished in a Coppola, Esposito, racquetball, Ed Parker, karate, West Hebler. Now we find out the extra money put on Graceland by Priscilla. Elvis is going through in 77. I think by 77, Elvis was in financial difficulties, which is hard to believe. I think he was struggling money-wise, which is why, despite his health, he was doing these ridiculous one-night stand tours across, America. And I do hold Parker responsible. If he was a genuine manager, he should have grabbed Elvis and said, get in that hospital, get yourself well, no more touring, nothing. Financially, I'll sort you out. But he just wanted to keep exploiting. They say, dance monkey dance. He just wanted to keep exploiting his act for every last penny. And if he looked at him and thought he was ill and he could be dying, his attitude seemed to be not, we need to save you, but we need to get every penny out of you whilst you're still alive. There was a pretty cool official Russian LP from 1990. I've got a couple of Russian LPs. I have no idea where they are, but I do have a couple. Get that Tory demo bootlegged. Well, the songs were eventually released. So if I can see it. Probably not. It lives somewhere over here. It's buried somewhere on the bottom shelf. All my Tory stuff is down on the bottom shelf. I have a lot. I'm scared to death of losing Graceland. Tori lives in Western England. She was living in England. I'm not sure that she still is. Although these days, people like that spend half the time in America, half the time over here. Welcome to England, he said. Oh, she is a babe indeed. Oh, she certainly could look very attractive. I remember when I was living in Finland with my girlfriend, I looked at her one day and I thought, blimey, you look like Tori Amos. And I said to her, you look like Tori Amos. She said, oh, thank you. She said, I have been trying out different makeup things to look like her. And I thought, bloody hell, it works. She just had this look. Tory rock chick. Dylan is an amazing writer. He certainly is. The thing with Dylan's writing, everybody, oh, Dylan's a great songwriter. Really, most people have no idea just how good he is. You really have to sit down and read some of his stuff and just think about it. And it's like, oh, wow. And I get that with Tory as well. You know, there are times when Tory can write a sentence and you fill in a whole book behind the sentence. It just, that's, you know, that really takes something that you can do that. And Dylan is the master, of course. And it's like he said, Hard Rain's Gonna Fall. He said is made up of the first line of 100 songs I'll never have time to write. Even that concept gets me. Elvis gave most of his money away. He gave vast amount of money. It's astonishing just how much he gave away. And continually giving things away. Just, yeah. It's amazing that, you know, he's seen as a man who had a lot of possessions, and yet he thought so little of a vast majority of it. You read all the time that he would get a new piece of jewelry which he would wear, and somebody would admire it, and he'd give him it. Parker was out for himself. He certainly was. I have very little time for him. I think his managerial achievement is totally overblown. Elvis was going to be a massive star. The record companies wanted him, television wanted him, Hollywood wanted him, live promoters wanted him, the public wanted him. Parker is given too much credit. he was a small-minded exploiter of talent who landed the biggest prize in history and just didn't know what to do with it. Didn't have a clue, really. He got lucky a few times. He did a few deals. Other people would have done far better. Other people did far better for their artists. Didn't really care that much about the art. But Elvis was, to him, it was like irrelevant. Dylan has been recording for nearly 70 years, yeah, and it sounds like it. I do wonder if we'll get another original album before he dies. Because sadly, you can't have that long left. He did nearly die a few years back. He was very seriously ill. Will we get another album? Do you have 50 Australian hits? 50 Australian hits. Doesn't ring a bell. I can't picture it. 50 Australian hits. I shall have to look it up. I tend to know from covers rather than titles, apart from, of course, the original albums. 50 Australian top 10 hits. No, I don't recognise that one. I don't think I've got that. Do I need to have it? Yes, he was out as his depth in Hollywood and ambushed by Steve Allen. One of the things that comes across in the book is that Parker always seemed to side with the people who were paying rather than with Elvis, which is how the Steve Allen thing came about. Yes, when Ellie said he was nearly about to see Elvis. Yeah. Yeah. Finally get to meet Elvis. As we all will one day, hopefully. I often wonder how different Elvis's career would have been managed had Atlantic been successful. Parker would still have been part of the thing, though, wouldn't he? I mean, of all the record companies, RCA were probably the biggest at the time. And RCA's recording facilities were probably the best in the world. If you listen to just the sound quality of Elvis's recordings compared to other artists, I think RCA had the best equipment for recording sound. So we need to get a time machine, go back in time, and prevent Parker from meeting Elvis. Well, it's nearly 10:30. So how long have we been going? Nearly 3.5 hours. You had some serious production talent at Atlantic. Would it have been better if he'd stayed at Sun a bit longer? Did Sun Records ever put an album out back then, or were they only singles? I'm not aware of any albums. So was it just that RCA had a bigger bank book than Atlantic? Or was Parker working in the background? Did Parker do a deal with RCA? Who knows? Reese Mafia, hello. Sun was too small to get him heard nationwide. Yeah, they were a regional, but they did distribute around America. Because he did actually make the national chart, didn't he? Country chart. Well, I forgot to remember to forget. Happy Boxing Day. Where in the world are you? RCA outbid them. Kent. When somebody comes on sort of later, I think, oh, maybe they've just woken up in some other part of the world. I suppose Kent is another part of the world, but not very far away. Parker was already associated to RCA through Eddie Arnold. Same times. Yep. Oh dear. It's all about the money and not the music with Parker. Absolutely. You look at if you do a list of the people that Parker sabotaged, so they couldn't work with Elvis. It was Steve Binder, Chip's mom, and all the people that sort of got the best out of Elvis, but Parker couldn't control. Lieber and Stoller. Parker kibosh there, working with Elvis. I got the Japanese reissue of the Christmas album. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? We were talking about it earlier. I wonder if this will become a thing that they do. So next year, say, do the New Zealand Christmas album and then do the Brazil Christmas album. All the rare foreign covers each Christmas would be a good series. I would love to have the original Japanese, but it's just so expensive. Baccarat should have written. There's a lot of singers who should have worked with Elvis. Yeah. David Bowie, of course, who almost worked with Elvis. What would they have come up with? I got the New Zealand EPs last year. Yeah, they're nice. I've got those somewhere. But it'd be nice if VPI did that next year. Oops. Can we still say Merry Christmas? Baccarat was at the opening night in '69. There were a lot of celebrities at the opening night because, of course, it was an invited audience. I wonder if there's a list. If it was an invited audience, there must be a list. I wonder where that is. That would be interesting to see. Wasn't Shirley Bassey there as well? Golden years would have been great. Was Any Day Now a Baccarat song? Not that I remember. Elvis duet you'd have liked to hear. That's something I've never thought about. I don't know, I'm going to have to think about that. What Elvis duet would you like to hear? There are, when you first think Elvis didn't do duets, there are in fact a few that he did do. So has anybody ever done a collection? I'm not talking about the ones they've done since he died. Because, of course, you start off with Kitty White, Crawfish. And then you've got Anne Margaret. They did try a couple of takes of The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face with two different female singers. But one of them had a weird name. Temple. For some reason, I've got the words Temple Rising in my head. Don't know where that's come from. Which I have heard you can find them. I can't remember if they've ever been officially released or not. Temple Rise, right. Nancy Sinatra, yeah, that's another one. So there are a few. I recently read an Ian Anderson interview where he said that Jethro Tull played Vegas in '69 and decided to check out an Elvis set. I'm sure a lot did, Ozzy Osbourne went to an Elvis show. Plant and Page. Pretty sure Elton John. Wasn't Elton John at Madison Square Gardens? I know David Bowie was. And George Harrison. Yeah. Because Elvis seemed out of it. I wonder what show that was. Nina Simone may be my favourite female vocalist. I don't really know any of her work. What original Elvis concert merch would you love to own? Now this comes back to Parker, because I always thought that most of the stuff that I've seen was quite tacky, quite low quality. Just all the stuff that I can think of. The thing that I've always quite fancied is one of those hats. You see them on That's the Way It Is, the white hats. Quite like one of those. Though I'd never be able to afford them. I should think they're very expensive. Largo, Maryland was when Elton John met him. All right. Yeah, there was an interview, wasn't there, with one of these American chat shows. And the chap asked Elton John, have you ever asked anybody for an autograph? And he said, yes, Elvis, and I got it. Oh, you'd go for the hats as well. There's something iconic about that hat for some reason. Alice Cooper, Chubby Checker, Liza Minnelli, Linda Lovelace. Yeah, that sounds like the start of a joke, doesn't it? It's almost 20 to 11. So I think I'll call time at 11. My eyes are beginning to go. So we'll go about another 20 minutes if anybody's got anything they want to talk about. We've covered a wide range of odd subjects. Linda Lovelace got a private meeting with him. Funny Alice Cooper story when he met Elvis. Yeah, he's told that a few times. I like Alice Cooper. I saw him live at the NEC. That must be, what would that be? 25 years ago? Maybe even longer. I've got all of his early albums, which are brilliant. Alice Cooper and Liza Minnelli were summoned to Elvis's suite after a show. Alice telling part of the encounter is hilarious. Yeah, I've seen him interviewed a couple of times where he tells the story. Elvis handing him a gun. Kira Brown, hello. How old were you when you first became an Elvis fan? Well, there's two versions of the story. So my YouTube title is TCB since 73. So I say 1973 because that's when I joined the fan club. Obviously, I was a fan before that, but I'll say 73. That's when I sort of remember things. My mum tells a different story about me as a baby just able to sit up. And said they would sit me in front of a portable record player, which they would put a stack of singles on. And I would sit there watching the singles spin round and the records dropping down. And she said they noticed that I reacted to one record differently to all the rest. And that was King Creole and Dixieland Rock. She said whichever side they put on, I would react to, but only to Elvis. The others, I just watched things go round. When Elvis came on, I would sort of jiggle around. And she said they all said, oh, he's going to be an Elvis fan. So she says that it goes back till then. Of course, I don't remember any of that. So I say 73, but obviously I'd already had some Camden records by then. So how I was I in 73? I'd have been 9 years old. I love Alice, saw him twice, amazing showman, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. The Ballad of Dwight Fry, him in a straitjacket in a cage with a giant white teddy bear, which he hugs and the head flies off and blood pours everywhere. It was a great show. I just ordered the pure Elvis. Oh, fantastic. Can I ask how much it was? That's something I would like. But I've never seen one for sale. Pure Elvis promo. Do you believe the Karen Carpenter Petula Clark story? I don't know it. Or if I do know it, I've forgotten it. I'd have to look that up. What CDs did you get recently? Actually, earlier this evening, I was looking at the shelf and I thought, what on earth's that? So I showed it. I bought that, stuck it on the shelf, completely forgot that I'd bought it. So I had a look at it earlier. Quite a nice little set. I also recently picked that up. TCM, but it is a BMG release. Elvis Christmas. And the other CD I picked up recently, there's that. Okay. And the Las Vegas Celebration CD, which I've obviously there. That, which is quite nice. This CD is part of the Las Vegas Centennial Collection, a series celebrating the 100th anniversary of Las Vegas and its vibrant musical heritage. So it is an official release, which I'd not seen before. So I picked that up. A Presley Streisand duet of Evergreen would have been delightful. Well, if they'd have done the Star is Born film, we'd have got them singing together, wouldn't we? Yeah. Too close for comfort. That is true, and I think that was part of it. Playing the part of a washed-up superstar, but it might have worked. The Petula story sounds exaggerated. I'm gonna have to look this up because I can't remember. Elvis proposed a three-way with Karen and Petula. That doesn't sound very likely to me. I'd put that in the Diana Dawes category of stories. So who told that story? If you had to pick between having CDs and vinyls, which would you pick and why? Oh, the vinyls, just because there's a lot of sentimental attachment to the vinyls, and a good vinyl on a good record player, to me, sounds better than a CD. Technically, the CD might be better, but there's just something extra for me with vinyl. You know, a really good vinyl on a really good player. The equipment makes a lot of difference, but it would be the vinyl. Petula told it. Well, I've never heard that. I find it hard to believe. Elvis wanted to do A Star Is Born. I think there were a lot of times where Elvis was initially keen to do something, and Parker whispered in his ear and came up with reasons not to. And basically, the true reason is that Parker didn't have control. That's the impression I get. Vinyl all the way, absolutely. Why was the 74 Karate Dot never completed? I don't know if anybody knows a reason. Maybe Elvis just lost interest in it. Were you happy with Austin Butler's Elvis? And who else would you cast if you could choose to play him? I thought Austin Butler did a really good job. I generally don't like people trying to be Elvis because they always come across as quite tacky. Elvis had a very unique, he could carry things off that nobody else could. He could wear things, he could have his hair done in certain ways, he could do things that he just carried off. Anybody else trying to do it looks stupid. I thought Butler did a good job. Who else would you choose to play him? Nobody sort of comes to mind, really. I mean, who could really play Elvis? Don't know. I'd rather have the real thing. Paul, hello. Joining late. Been watching a family film. Nightmare on Elm Street. Do they still allow family films? It can't be the BBC then. Only the 68 special did Elvis stand up to Parker. Yep. Yeah, it baffles me as to why Elvis sort of stepped down again. He saw what he could achieve without Parker, and that there were a lot of very talented people out there who got him in a way that Parker never could. As we said earlier, Parker's horizon was very limited. He was very much from the 40s and 50s carny show background. Elvis needed people who were in the modern world. So why did Elvis revert back? Who knows? I will see Pat West and Dave Hebler in Memphis. Ah, good. That'll be interesting. Do you remember the 1988 film Heartbreak Hotel? I remember the title of it. I can't remember a thing about it. I expect if it started on, if I was watching it, I'd start remembering it, but I don't have any memory of it. $150. Wow, that sounds like a bargain for that Pure Elvis demo album. I would have had no hesitation in buying it for that. Nice find. I've never seen one for sale. But there are 77 Elvis was horrendous. The makeup was pretty awful, wasn't it? They'd have been better off just playing the real Elvis then. I don't know why they felt they had to recreate that. Yeah, he doesn't look right at all. F1 movie with Brad Pitt. Oh, I did sit through that and sort of half watch it, half do other things because it never really grabbed my attention. Not great, but it's nice to sit down with the family, get everybody round. Michael St. Gerard was a great Elvis. Was that one of these TV show ones? I did watch episodes, which wasn't bad. David Keith as Elvis. Kurt Russell was by far the best Elvis on screen. Yeah, I like that film. Tuesday World starred, set in the early 70s. Her Alice Cooper fan son decides to kidnap him. Yeah, I have seen it, but I just can't recall anything about it. A fan-produced edit of the movie that inserted Elvis recordings. That sounds interesting. The problem with these films about Elvis's life is they all seem to be preoccupied with the downside of it. But like we were saying earlier, 90% of Elvis's life was great fun. Bubba Hotep. Oh dear. That is one weird film. Oh dear. And another sort of Elvis connected film which I watched again recently is the one about the sick girl who writes to Elvis. I saw it many years ago, and then recently I looked for it and found it online, and the name of it escapes me. Who's got the new GI Blues set? Mine's yet to arrive. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I've not ordered it yet. I probably will, but a few people have said they've got it. Elvis and Nixon is harmless enough. It's a bit of a nothing film. Touched by Love, that's the one. Did you get to see Clint Eastwood's Thunderbolt and Lightfoot? I don't think I ever have. Featuring Where Do I Go From Here? No, I've not seen that. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot doesn't ring any bells at all. Is it an old film? Let me have a look. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, 1974. I've never heard of it. Crime action comedy. Oh, I'll have a watch of that. Not a film I've heard of. Are you a fan of Spinal Tap? I saw two a couple of days ago. I love Spinal Tap, the original film. The second film, I mean, obviously it's not as good, but it's still interesting to see them getting back together. It has its moments. 1974 Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. I just looked it up. It's funny because I like Clint Eastwood films from that period, but it's not a film I've ever even heard of. So I'll give that a watch. That'll give me something to watch tomorrow morning. Another film I want to see coming out is that Fackham Hall, which looks very good. You've got it on DVD. I can probably find it on here. There's some very good film channels. That quite often have new films before they're on at the cinema, which of course we never watch. But they also have a big back catalogue, so I'll have a look. Oops. Oh dear, it's nearly time for the cricket to start. But we don't really want to talk about that. I sat up and watched damn cricket. And all the time that it was going so well, I just kept thinking, yeah, but we got a bat. And I had absolutely no confidence. Absolutely hopeless. I think they need to recall Sir Geoffrey. He'd probably do better than they are. Are you looking forward to Epic? We're all looking forward to Epic. Yeah. It's going to be fantastic going into a cinema and seeing that on a big screen. Yeah, what's that cast? 3 days. I don't know. Will it get through today? If we're not careful, we could end up with the first 2-day test. Right, it's 11. Oh, there's still 26 people out there. Oops. Play Misty for me. I haven't seen that in a long time. Good night, Ollie. Thanks for coming in. I think I'd better lie down. My eyes start to get a bit blurry. And I'm not going to try and watch the cricket tonight. Total waste of time. So thank you for everybody for coming in and giving up their Boxing Day evening. It's always a lot of fun. You never know what we're going to talk about. We end up going all over the place. Well, I do. Only 7 p.m. in Canada. All right. So I hope everyone has a great what's left of Boxing Day and New Year. Hopefully next year will be better. Can't really be much worse, not in the UK anyway. Although with the government we got at the moment, anything's possible. Dreaming of Petula Clark and Karen Carpenter. Oh, earlier we were talking about Debbie Harry and Agnieszka. I think I'd rather dream about those two. It's the Feast of St. Stephen. And there you go. Midday in New Zealand. Right, so everyone have a great time. We'll see the new year in. And do something early in the new year. Do another... well, I don't have to actually go back to work till the 2nd of January, so who knows? I might just turn up. Debbie Harry, yep. Right, so good night to everyone, or good day wherever you are. And David, you've just arrived at the end. I just noticed. Just as we're all fantasizing about Debbie Harry and Agnieszka. Now that's a duet we'd like. Good night all. Bye.